Hello, welcome to day 9 of learning Godot. Today we will be working on our first game mechanic, so that's pretty exciting. It's gonna be like mining, just finding some type of ore. You have to. I made like a few plans, so I'm gonna use a raycast from the player camera. And well, then I'm gonna see if it hits an ore. And if you hit the interact button while the raycast is hitting an ore object, then a mining code section is going to start running, which adds every tick at the timer, and every tick it adds certain amount of minerals to your inventory. Or perhaps I will use a global currency stat somewhere, like in the beginning. I'm gonna make it for 2 players, so it's easy to transfer adding the minerals to the inventory to a global variable or whatever eventually, so it doesn't matter. Point is that we see a node, we look at a node, we start mining. Every X tick we get the mineral, and we can use pickaxe from our equipment set up to do specific amounts of damage to the ore, give us a certain amount of minerals, or mine at a certain speed. That's mostly what I have planned so far. And I don't have the inventory node, I don't have the equipment node on our player, I don't have the mining node, I don't have the actual ore node for our world scene. But I did have a little chat with ChatGPT to plan a little. I gave him this as a suggestion that I was gonna use the pickaxe here and I start mining. Set the speed and power, and set the mining variable to true. Then while I'm mining, it's gonna run a timer. Every time the timer runs out, it's gonna add the ore and add the mineral to our inventory. Yeah. And of course, player lets go of the interact button. Stop mining. If the player stops looking at the ore, stop mining. So yeah. I'll use the first section to just freshen up on what I discussed with ChatGPT here. Yeah, we agreed raycast from the camera on the player. It's a good way to detect if the player is looking at the node. We already added, we tested the raycast last stream, and we made sure that it was possible to interact with an object, and that the raycast went through the player object, meaning it doesn't collide with the player. And if it did, then it would always only be interacting with the player and not what's behind him. It's also likely we should make the camera first person instead of third person. But that's for another time. It's not gonna change our logic in our script we're gonna use here. That's no problem. Yeah, I should add that in case someone stops by. Probably some background music going. anything last a while. I think actually some of the music that I hear might have copyright, even though it doesn't, because every stream I did show up some copyright issue. I'll be taking a look at the music later. Fix that issue. Let me get my headphones. Okay. So this is what I kind of know I'm gonna do right now. Group the mineral ores under mineable. And what I don't quite know is how to use the ore type property. So that's something we have to learn today. We'll make an ore class. 4GD base class.
What if you never had to prospect again?
So the good thing about adding health to ore makes it very easy to adjust how fast you mine different types of ores if you do want different mining speed. So here is a suggestion to use the health of an ore and a mining function that removes the health by an amount that is given as a parameter when the function is called. Then it's return the health, and if it's less than 0, then we can get an ore, I suppose. So here is our pickaxe node script. I'm not sure if I'm gonna extend resource on that. I think I would rather have that on such a thing as the ores, whatever. Speed power here. Import variable equip pickaxe is pickaxe. So that would go in our equipment tab, I guess. Using resource allows sharing stats across instances and easily swapping equipment. Ah, I know what to do for the music. I don't know if this is just me that likes this, but I used to do this while I was studying. Okay, fun. I really like this. Ambient neil.fun/ambient chaos to set up a few sounds that you enjoy. I think that's good. We have yeah, the inventory dictionary. I was thinking that might be a good idea for our game, like doesn't need to be more complicated than that. You refer to an item in the dictionary by string name, which makes it easy to always interact with it. And then the value will just change by adding or subtracting whatever. Okay, so you want tooltips, icons, stack size, etc. Use a custom inventory item store resource. Custom made. So that's an extension of resource. It's a new class, inventory item. And what you would do here is give the item ID a string. And amount. This. Add subtract function. Can't see what's new about this compared to this. You would either way have to add or subtract, which function does. We'll do this. Mining code. Alright, so for our mining code, start by exporting things we need, such as the raycast. Obviously we can just export that as well, like this. Just refer to it like this. We set it in our inspector using this, the mining delay. I don't know why that is exported. Probably if you want to set it in the inspector, but there's not really a point of exporting this, I think. And in fact, I think you shouldn't, because this should be a variable set based on the pickaxe speed, which you will get. Okay. So here it suggests putting up a timer, of course. That's a good to have. You have to have a timer. Current target, or I'm not sure if it's best to use a timer like this or a node timer. I remember Brackets said if you want to use a timer, it's good to use the built-in timer. But I don't know why. Maybe because it synchronizes well in terms of if you have multiple objects connected to the timer and the timer sends a signal that the timer is out, then all the objects will for sure update at the same time. But I really can't see. Well, perhaps delta time run from different scripts may have a chance of actually not triggering at the exact same time. I don't know. I'm gonna have a small discussion. I'm gonna put a reminder here. Check with ChatGPT whether using separate using Godot nodes for timers or setting up timers yourself in script is best. Why? What are the advantages of either method? We want to learn that, right? Like when we're eventually gonna build a game, we're gonna rely on timers quite a bit. Like we're gonna have auto attack timers, we're gonna have mining timers, spawn timers, we're gonna have all kinds of timers. It's good to know when to use what kind of timer. Current target. Yes, that could be handy, especially if we get the ore type up here and it has a health. So let's see how it's solved the mining. Physics process, just like we did. And interact and raycast is colliding. You see here we set the mining timer to 0. Like setting this mining timer to 0 is probably not more work than doing an if statement and return would be my guess. But like it's tempting to use like set mining to false here, and at the beginning of the script, just for a mining function, we just do if mining is false, then we return. Don't do it. Simple as that. That way, the last time you finish mining, you set the timer back to 0, you set the mining to false, and every next frame that the script is checking and mining is false, then that's the only thing that's being checked. Mining is false. So that's the idea, but yeah. For Godot. Let's start with that question. If our player is no longer... I'm gonna use a little trick here where we inform the GPT of our version we are using in Godot, and that we are using GDScript, and we wanted to check with official resources different things so that we will get slightly better answers, hopefully. We're gonna test this today. When our player is mining, we are doing a raycast check. Do we have to do that raycast check? I wonder, like, that's a good question too. If input is press interact and raycast is colliding, when running this piece of code, will Godot jump to the else/move on statement as soon as it checks whether it found that interact was not pressed, or will it also always check the raycast collision regardless of the result from is action press? That's one I want to be that's gonna be the first question. This is useless optimization that you shouldn't care about at all, probably. Nice, I love it. That's perfect. So that means that if interact is not being pressed, then it doesn't have to check the raycast at all. It's not gonna go in the if statement anyways, so it already knows that when interact is not being pressed, when this returns false. I like it. Great. So that was question 1. Question 2. In my current script, I set the mining timer to 0 when the statement is false. So how would I do it otherwise? Does this operation cost more every frame than doing a check against the bool? e.g. we could use else if so then we set mining timer to 0 and 1, 2, 3, 4. Mining is false. Change the frame by frame check to the bool mining instead. And how does this compare with setting up physics process? If drag and like a mining while drag because guess maybe delta is not available in the mining section here. We'll find out. Mining timer equal delta should be just minus equal delta if it works. Mining logic, and then at the end timer 0 and Mining is false. I don't need mining is false here. Which, if the logic is correct, I think we'll only do the first check correct, and that is false, not run any more checks. So let's get some answers. If it understands what I'm saying, of course. It doesn't really tell me which one is more efficient, so whatever. It will block the frame until the conditions become false, potentially causing the engine to freeze. Ah. Okay. So it goes for the second approach where we just check the Boolean. Actually, it says the mining timer direct reset is the lowest cost, but I think it might be considering that it has to assign both the mining timer and bool every frame, but of course it would only have to check the bool. Not sure though. Is checking a bool more expensive than setting a timer? Okay. Good. Is code readable? So here's what I want to do today. Set up equipment node. Under player, add pickaxe. Set up inventory, add dictionary or any higher recommended strategy to assign new values for types held. Okay, and then I wanna set up mining script. run mining while raycast hit or and while player press interact and raycast hits or I wonder what's yeah, I think that's good. I'm just thinking like how much the player is going to hold the interact button, because if you have this interact presses or holds interact, okay. Yeah, if you have a game where the player holds interact everywhere and we're gonna use this check everywhere, like does the player hold interact, and then check like raycast or something. If we do it like this, we could end up running a lot of checks in a lot of scripts every frame. But ChatGPT said it's thousands, maybe tens of thousands checks for a bool needed before you actually hurt performance. I'm not sure if it's gonna matter. What we could do, of course, is centralize the interaction logic in our interaction node. That way we could say things like, if the player holds the interact button, check what the camera raycast collides with, and if it collides with an ore, then we run the mining section here. Or set mining to true. I think that might be a good idea to do, actually. Okay. This is kind of what I want to do today, but I also consider using an interaction node to keep track of what you are interacting with. If you're going to use one button to interact with multiple types of items, or in many situations, I'm thinking it's best to localize the logic so that multiple scripts are not running checks anytime the interact button is held. example interaction script. If interaction is pressed, check what camera raycast hit. Perform logic such as setting mining node dot mining cool true if raycast hits, or this would require us to set up a way for the mining to reset to, though. Perhaps just setting mining false every frame. At the end of mining, but this requires this would require the mining to be set to true every frame before mining check happens in the mining node. So an alternative could be to run to set all the bools in the scripts to false if interact is hit. Interact button is released, or not colliding with anything. The best option would be the track mining go through until. So the best option would be that once you start mining, the mining gets set to false either when the player doesn't look at the ore anymore or he releases the interact button. So perhaps we will run a function inside interactions every frame mining is true that checks exactly this. So we start mining. Mining is set to true in both interactions and in the mining script. And while mining is true, the mining goes on, but also in the interactions script while mining is true, it's gonna run a new function which checks, does the player release the interaction button, and does the player look at the ore? If either of these are false, it sets mining to false. And check whether interactions is held, interactions button is held, and collider is hello, welcome. URT42. Today we're just getting started with our first game mechanic, so it's gonna be hard to say how successful we will be, but I think it will go good. I think, yes, indeed. Learning Godot from scratch. I don't know anything about this engine, so it's exciting. So the idea was that while mining is running, we could check every frame that the interaction is held, and if the collider is hitting an ore, and if not, set mining to false in the mining node, and also the interactions script. I think that's the best ID. So I want to learn what this resource extension means exactly. I understood that it could hold values easily of different sorts, but what can't do that? I'm gonna ask a bit about this. But it's super simple. Here we have a class name pickaxe, which is basically just speed and power, and tier if necessary. Export variable equip pickaxe. Okay, so it wants us to add it like this. Resources are easy to swap, maintain consistency, and share stats across instances. Have I programmed before? I did one year next to school and work. I did Unity. I made one game in Unity. That's mostly all the coding I did, and also I had 2 weeks of Python while I was doing school. Dictionary, iron copper, inventory. That's also very easy. Like we just have a dictionary and that's it. This is tempting to just add right away. Like it doesn't seem much harder, and it according to ChatGPT, it's easier to add tooltips, icons, and stacks when you use this method. Why am I using AI? AI is great for learning. Like now we could do an example with the resource node, right? So I go to Godot resource node extension. You have a video up here, but that's 8 minutes, right? I'm not gonna start watching 8 minutes. So we can start reading here. Node class. Okay. There is another data type as important. It's resources. Okay. Nodes. Okay. Nodes. That's not exactly what I'm asking. Then nodes use the data contained in resources. Anything Godot saves or loads from disk is the resource. Scene, a SCN file, an image script. So it can be all of these things. Okay. So this is the node, the mesh instance, while all the subnodes are resources. It only loads it once. Yeah, I see, it's bold. What is it? Does that mean when the game starts, or probably? If a copy of that resource is already in memory, trying to load the resource again will return the same copy every time. I see. So you can't change a resource and then ask it to load it again. Like, you have to change the existing instance of the resource. You can't change the... You can change it. I suppose I would have to if I use it for pickaxes and stuff. Here, properties, those are good. There are many types of properties like a string, integer, vector, 2, and any of these types can become a resource. This means that both nodes and resources can contain resources as properties. So this is maybe why we extend the resource node, or why we hit extend resource on our script, I'm guessing. You can change it while runtime and every instance get the change. So you can use it as a coupling in your game. But I'm wondering, like, will this create an issue across players where if players have different pickaxes and all of these pickaxes are extended from the resource node, like they're not gonna... If I change one pickaxe, is it gonna change every player's pickaxe, you know? Because the players should be able to upgrade their pickaxes individually, and there should be different pickaxe types eventually. If it's the same instance. So it can have different instances. That's good. So each player will have their own instance of the pickaxe then. Yeah, because it sounds very much like resources are what I have seen as before named class, but class is also used here. Class name pickaxe, right? imported resource. Load this image. Now the sprite is set to the imported resource. The resources means a lot of things, and it's basically variable types and stuff, and it can be even scenes and images and stuff like that. Okay, so now I know a bit about resource. Both resources and nodes are class. I see. And I wonder why it uses import. I wonder why it extends resource and then makes a class, you know? So how would I do it? If I were to learn this with GPT, I would probably say I'm using Godot 4.4 and I'm using GDScript. Then which one are we working on today? This one. And we will ask in this script suggested to me we extend resource and we use class name pickaxe to create a new class. Why do we extend resource? What does this do? How does it help us? Teach me a little about this. Class name is just how you define the name of the new thing you made. Yeah, so you define your class, right? So I'm gonna make a class named pickaxe. Extending resource for items or objects like our pickaxe can have advantages. In Godot, resources are data containers that store data, settings, or configurations. You can easily create multiple instances and reuse them throughout your project. So here we got the answer about what you helped me with that I was a bit unsure of. If I would be able to create separate instances of the pickaxes for separate players, you know? I got the answer about what they do, like they store different kinds of data, settings, and configurations. It does not say directly here that it's only load once, which is important. So that's something I would miss, of course. Okay, and here's the documentation which I asked for. And if I go there, it is not the same page as I used. Resources under core features. And scripting is the one I found on Google. This one is more general resource. Object is the base class for everything. Okay. That's like the top node. Or through code. So what does extending resource do? When I write this, I create a new class named pickaxe. Yeah, that's this part, right? And it can be instantiated as a resource. I see. So the extension of the resource is basically saying that now we can use the pickaxe like other resource object, we can make instances of it, stuff like this. Now it can be instantiated as individual resource instances directly within the Godot editor or through code. And I think this sentence helped me a lot. I think that the reusable helped me a lot. And these are questions that you helped me with in chat, but I think I wouldn't get instantly through while I was reading. I struggled a little with exactly this point. Each instance of the pickaxe will then have unique names, values, powers, speed. This is something that I asked about as well for you. Like, I was wondering, is each instance of the pickaxe actually going to share their speed or power? Like, if I change the speed, is every player's speed gonna change? Stuff like this. But here we see it can have unique values. This is what you answered to me as well. You see, if I want to sit down and learn a specific part of code, I think that the AI is good. I don't think it's bad to use AI. And the scripts that it's important to note as well, though, that I don't use AI to write everything. The scripts that I give the AI is usually something I already wrote. Like here, I wrote what I think could be a working script for mining, while I was thinking about how I would implement it. And once I'm done writing a little, thinking about it, then I ask like ChatGPT to help me improve on it and see if there's errors, maybe things that I misunderstood, stuff like that. Let's try pick a code here. We can script. Good, but we did scripts player equipment. We don't want to extend node, we want to extend resource, make a pickaxe. I don't think I need a tier just yet, at least. So we have a speed and a power. This is gonna say how often the pickaxe triggers its damage, which will be controlled by power. What we need in equipment for now. Now we're gonna node. Make it inventory. Gonna also put this in the player script. But here we had the choice to make. See, it wants to use the pickaxe in the player. I think maybe we can export the pickaxe directly to... I think we can export it directly through our mining script. I don't think we need to put it in player just yet. I really haven't worked much with classes at all, so it will be exciting to see if I can make it work, but we'll skip this for mining section. and then the inventory. We could make a resource here as well. Could make a class of an inventory item, and the class could have a string saying what the item is, and it could say how many we have of it, an amount. Then could do the and dictionary still in our script, and in our function we would use resource name. That would probably go as the item ID, and I should call it item ID maybe. Delta. I don't know why he names it delta. I should probably name it something like number, because then we added it minus or plus a number amount. If the inventory doesn't have the resource already, you can instantiate the resource name and the amount, right? And we could also, I think this is good. We could also do stuff like we could refer to this dictionary and the resource name when we want to see if we have enough of a resource. So let's say we have iron ore, you can do refer to the inventory and inventory items and the key used iron node. Then we could check, do we have, let's say we want to buy something that costs 200 iron ore, then we can check, do we have 200 iron ore? And if we do, then we can run edit resource minus 200 iron ore. I think that's good. Then would we use now what would be typical for us to do? Would we usually just make these classes and keep them in our script section? And then just refer to them like this? Or would we need, yeah, I guess we would do that. We wouldn't need to export and refer to this class, right? Class is accessible from everywhere, I guess. So perhaps this should just be in our script as a class, in a class folder or something. How should I organize this? I didn't see your question, sorry. If I'm familiar with the inheritance. Well, Brakis mentioned it shortly in his video, so I understand that if the Node 3D is set up to have the ability to refer to position and rotation and things like this, then if we extend the Node 3D, we also have access to those position and rotation and stuff the Node 3D can do. Class name is just how you define the name of the new thing. Yeah. Exactly. So I should probably use a separate tab where I get explained very small things like how the classes work, where I should place them, organize myself, stuff like this. I made a class extending resources and class name pickaxe. Extending resources and using a couple of variables. How do I organize myself when I make classes? Do I make one script holding all the classes I use in the equipment section of my character? Do I create a separate script for every class? Do I declare classes in the scripts where they are used? If I have folders in my scripts for player, equipment, inventory, etc., do I place the classes in their respective nodes they belong to, or do I respective folders where they mostly belong, or do I create a separate classes folder? What's the best practice here? Like, learning to organize is probably a very valuable thing to do early on, especially in Godot, because I try to avoid as much as I can to refer to paths, but I'm not sure if I'm always able to avoid using path references, and that's why having a certain folder structure from the beginning could be handy. I don't have to change much if I ever... Okay, so I don't have to change the structure often, and rarely have to change any path like this in my scripts. Create a separate script file for each major class. It's easier to find and debug and reuse individual classes. So I do want separate ones, okay. So how I would usually do it. Make an equipment section. There I put the different equipment classes. So equipment 4.0 for this. The equipment classes might be an option then. So I don't bloat the equipment section, but still place the class under the correct folder. Okay. I think that's how I'm gonna do it. So if I go to my script, then I can do player scripts, create a folder, and I can do equipment. Where's my script in? Create classes. Maybe name it more specific. Equipment classes. That's where I could hold my pickaxe. And this script is actually not my equipment script, more like a pickaxe class. Okay. Class pickaxe. Good. That means we're still going to need an equipment script. Scripts, player, equipment, create. In here, we can now set our variable pickaxe of type pickaxe. For now, ready it's called in here. Node.ready, on ready. How should I set my starter pickaxe? The default pickaxe. Maybe I should just do it like this. Pickaxe equals if I just set it to the class instance, or this class pickaxe, how would that work? This one has these values. I'm guessing I have these values already, so if I do this, here are my pickaxe class and my equipment node. My equipment node now has variable pickaxe of the pickaxe class. Does this mean it's automatically should now contain speed and power related to that base variables of pickaxe, right? And would I refer to these as pickaxe? Because now our instance of the pickaxe is called pickaxe. So would I refer to them as pickaxe dot speed and pickaxe dot power? That's correct. Wow. I understood something. That's good. So now in our mining script we can refer to the equipment node, we can get the pickaxe instance, and then we can get the speed and the power. Great. So we have equipment, want the inventory. And here we can, this is how we can change it if we buy an upgrade, for example. Great. For our inventory, we can make a class which holds an item and an amount. So player, new folder, inventory. What script we have here? Nothing yet. Create new folder, classes. Here we're gonna do script. Call it class invent. Should we call it inventory item? Yeah. Okay. And here we're gonna use resource again, name the class, and we're gonna make two variables, one string and one integer. So the string is gonna refer to the name of the item, and the integer is gonna refer to the amount of the item. Now, in here we can set our function to add or edit the amount we have of an item. So we can do func edit item, and we want to receive item ID. We call it ID or type. We're using a string. We can go with ID. The type string. We also want the number. Type integer. Should we return the new amount? Nah, not for now anyway. Gonna need a bar inventory list. Can be addiction. Then we can check if inventory list item ID list. Then I wonder if we can just how we have to refer to .has since it's dictionary. There's name. So we don't have as. Do we still use the? We don't use the square brackets here because the has function use these. Okay. And we do it. Looking good. Not inventory list. This is this one. Has item ID. That's a string. Good. Now, if the item doesn't exist, then we have to create it. Inventory list. And to create a new item in a dictionary, we simply refer to the key and then what we are going to add as the value of that key, it seems. So we don't have to do like a dot add or something like that. And when we create the item, in this function we will receive the item and the ID and the number. While we could set the amount directly here, that could cause problems because we could do that, we could set the amount directly here, but then we would have to put this in the else so it doesn't get added twice, right? Inventory list, item ID. So we have to see our inventory class. Put this up here. Our class is named inventory item. We have to make a new. There's an error. Didn't find dictionary in the scope, so does node not contain dictionary maybe? Find the type dictionary. Find type dictionary in the current scope. That's a bit strange. I'll look at it. Done with this inventory list. Now we are referring to the new inventory item we made, and we can refer to its item ID. We could set that to the item ID like that. Okay, so we don't need these brackets. Now that it's item ID, now we're gonna set its amount. Dot amount. And is that the same? Did I name it? Oh, yep. Amount equals 0, and finally we can do inventory list dot inventory list item ID, and then add the number. Okay. We also want to do if number is lower than 0. Like if we ever try to remove more of an item than we have, that should maybe be a separate function. Like, check if we have enough. I have to be careful with this, but if we want to buy something, it makes sense that we check if we have enough before we do the transaction, so we don't go negative. But if we ask to remove something from the inventory because of something else, such as using bullets, yeah, we still don't want to go negative. Could return a bool to see if we had enough. The transaction was successful. That way when we try to shoot, we could see if we have bullets before we shoot. Return a bool. Turn true. So here edit the item ID our inventory by the amount of number. If negative, check if we have enough of the given item, or return false. If positive, check if item exists. Create item. If it doesn't, then add number to item. Okay, so we have two sections here. If negative, we check if you have enough of the given item. If not, return false. We do edit item amount by number, subtract. Yes. Edit item amount by number. So if number is lower than 0, well, if the item doesn't exist, then we can just return false straight away. And if it does, if the item does exist, but the inventory list of the item ID dot amount is lower than number, then we also return false. So this way we do an early return of false. Either if we're trying to subtract the item and the item either doesn't exist, or if we have less of the item than the number we should subtract. Okay. So what is this? Why doesn't it find the dictionary in the current scope? Does dictionary not exist in node extension? Or why can I not access it here? Maybe I referred to it wrong or created it wrong. I just like this, big D. Okay, so you use big D in dictionary, big S in string, but for integers you use small. I wonder if that is consistent. Maybe integer, the full name is with a big I. Or item is not declared. Okay. So I have to refer to the class I created. Okay. So I made a class. That's called story item, but I can't find. But my script can't access it directly. Do I need to declare it at the top of the script? Or how does these classes work? Blah 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 blah. Constant inventory item is preloading. I don't want to do that. What can I do? Maybe item type story item. class. No, it doesn't recognize it. Add a class. No, doesn't recognize it. Because if I export a variable, then I need the type. I do script here. For now, constant. I don't like using paths because they change. Sometimes. Can I do an export? Then I do the script. Okay. I do the variable, the constant. Now by adding this script, as the inventory item class, then I can refer to that down there. I should probably call it something like that. Okay, so now we have in here this. Add the class here, save it. Now we can redo these. That. Hopefully that's it for our inventory so far. We can move on to yes, good. Mining script. So let's start by adding a code. Mining script. Put it in scripts player. Mining. Gonna do ready, that's fine. Gonna use physics process for the most part. Here did use the interactions. So I'm gonna change this a little bit. I'm gonna have the interactions keep track of the mining instead. I'm just gonna put variable mining of the type bool and set it false in the beginning. Then basically mining. If not mining, then just return. The I might have to do some shenanigans with authority on these objects too. Think about that. for certain in this one I can do ready and give can set the physics process. The something similar to how we do it in Move. Set multiplayer authority. To the player. First have to set the authority and then we have to get it. Yeah. Set the authority. Player is not the card. Port. Bar. Player, character, body. Add the player in here. Save that. And the name of the player is the authority. You check if the authority is the same as the unique ID of the client. If it is, then this process will run for this client. Good. And then I suppose if we want to sync any animations while mining later, we will do so in the server synchronizer by just syncing the player animation here. We'll figure that out when we get there, right? If you're not mining, just don't do anything. But if we are mining, then we on our setup first. Get equipment. Or do we want to get equipment each time we mine? We probably want to get it on ready and then we want to update it to a function when the equipment is changed. So we get default equipment. Then we're gonna need to reference the equipment node. They start naming things nodes when they are nodes. Clarity. Equipment node.pickaxe. Pickaxe. Type pickaxe. Is equipment.pickaxe. Wonder why this actually worked straight out of the box like this, while our other inventory here I couldn't do inventory item directly bar item type it. I could have. Maybe I just did a typo or something stupid. Do it like this. Okay. Yep. Create item if it doesn't exist. Here. Create item if it doesn't exist. Edit item by number. Yes. Good. Here, pickaxe type pickaxe. Now this doesn't accept pickaxe. Var pickaxe type pickaxe. That works. If I do it like this should work. Maybe. What's in our equipment? Name pickaxe. Mining. Soon be working. Fractions too. Oh. Gonna try to organize ourselves here a little. Keep track of whether we are mining or not. Are we mining? Equipment. Reference. Node references. Variables. Are we mining? Mining time. Keep track of mining intervals. Timer. Use a load. That's this keep track. If we are mining, we want mining timer is set minus equal delta. Then if mining timer less than 0, then we want mining timer plus equals I should set a base of 5 or something. It's gonna go crazy if I miss an update on it. Get equipment, set mining timer based on equipment, based on pickaxe. So we have actually, let's just make this that we're gonna need later anyways. Function update pickaxe. So what we want to do here is set the pickaxe equal equipment node for pickaxe, and we want to set the mining timer equals pickaxe speed, and we're gonna set mining power equal pickaxe power. We're gonna make a variable up here. Resource pickaxe power mining power. One. It's gonna be an integer. We're gonna start with 1. Actually, I want it to be a float, just in case. Make it a variable. Plus equals mining timer. Mining intervals set to the speed of the pickaxe. Yeah. Timer. I think this is a good way to do the timer when you go below 0, that you add just the timer again. That way, if you have like you go a little bit past 0, you don't lose that time that you jumped past 0 for your next hit. Your next hit is still gonna come as fast, no matter how close to 0 or far from 0 you came with your delta time. I think that's good. Reset the mining timer, that's 1. think actually I'm gonna make a separate one for mining speed. And the reason why I'm gonna do it is that I might want to reference this variable multiple times, while the mining timer, it changes time. I could of course also reference just the pickaxe. Hard to tell. Maybe what I want to do is add to the mining timer and say if the mining timer is more than the mining speed, then yeah, because we need different variables, otherwise this would make no sense. As mining timer would add itself, and it's a variable that changes over time. Nah, this is better. Mining timer is greater than the mining speed, greater or equal. Then we set the mining timer minus mining speed. Good. And anytime we want to reset the timer now, we can do mining timer equals mining speed, which is what I was thinking. Okay, one step further. So this is a question mark still, the ore type. I didn't make the ore node yet, but I'm thinking perhaps string. We might change this. Might change if we once or node is created. That's fine. As long as we have the ore type, we can then do a reference to the inventory. This here. Equipment. The inventory node. We can can use the function that we made. Edit item. Edit item, and then we do item ID string. That's gonna be our OR type. Assignment is not allowed. Okay, let's OR type then. We're gonna do mining power. Now this would add. This is maybe not what we want. We might want it like this. But we might. The question running through my mind right now is whether some ores should take longer to mine. If I add ore health, let's see. If we make a ore class, we can have health on it, type on it. The type could be like a string. Type can be gathered from an ore class. And then we can set ore health minus elite equals mining power. And say if ore health goes below 0, or mind. We might also want to use this mining script for walls that we break. If we do so, we don't want to receive anything in our inventory. Wall. Stone wall. Break stone wall. If it's not stone wall, we do inventory, edit item type, or type by 1. Oh. Probably wanna do max health and or current health. So that we can do current health, less than 0. Else, Force Mind, Force Mind as an integer, and then we can do our current, the absolute value of 4 current health modulo. So our max health plus 1. So that, like, what I'm thinking here is that maybe it's clearer to just say that we always get 1, right? We got the ore, current health of the ore down to 0, which means we mined 1 ore. So what I'm saying here is that we already had 1 ore mined, but if it went so far into the negative that it surpassed another or max health, then we should have mined 2, right? Or more. So but that is maybe not the right one. Is it double the division? I need some refresher here. we have force mind. The important logic here is this. That. I have a question regarding calculation of how many ores we mined. Logic. We already mined one ore because we got 4 current health below 0. However, our pickaxe might end up hitting hard. I don't know. If the pickaxe hits the ore's current health below negative value greater than the ore max health, then we should in theory have mined one more node, right? G max health 5. Do 15. We do 16 damage to the ore. Current health goes to -11. We now want to get 1 plus 11 divided by 5. Force without commas. And return and set current health to current health plus or we could just do plus equals max health times force mind. So what kind of symbol do we use for this? We do use the double. But it didn't work. Inventory now that it item. Ore type and ores mined, yes. We reset the ore health like I said there. And if it's a store one. Because that has to run by itself. Do this. Calculate the number of ores mined based on ore flow damage. Add ores to inventory and reset the health. Good. But this get accepted. Does / work in Git script. Yes, works. We're hitting a type issue in expression. Since I used absolute, returns a float. Can't use this with a float. I can't use that with the float. Does that matter? Probably not. I guess not. And it didn't work. I have to do this, I guess. The integer of the absolute value of the current health. So what's the problem here? It doesn't have a double slash. I want to divide it down to the whole integer. Well, I guess I could just divide it and take the integer of the result. That. Then if I take the integer of 1.9, do I get 1 or 2? Let's give 1, okay. Yeah, great. Exactly what I was thinking as well. Thanks, Mr. Diamond. Oh, we'll do it like this. Save this. And our current health is still intact when we do this. Okay. So let's go through this. If we are mining, the timer increases by delta time. Now if the timer is greater than our mining speed, that means we are done mining. So we can reduce timer by mining speed. We can hit the ore with the power we have. And if the ore's health go below 0, stone wall, we just break it. Otherwise, we gather the ore. Right. Mining timer equals speed. Okay. So the next two things we're gonna do is we're gonna update the mining pool from our interaction script after we made a logic to see when we are mining. Then we're gonna make the ore. Fractions. Only work for the player who owns the player object. The button is pressed. Should also be for mining. For mining it should also be if it's held. So we have the unhandled input. I run checks for button presses in unhandled input. Should I run checks for button holds in physics process? I want to check if interact is held, and if so, check what the camera raycast collides with, and then do some action. Based on that, single process goes in input event, and in physics process can do the is pressed. Okay, we're gonna use process, and we want is pressed interact, ready, want that physics process. We just set it to the player ID, the client ID here, and the multiplier authority here. We set there. Setup authority for the script. Fine. Now if press can't say none. No. No. Yes. This is action pressed interact. And it equals the camera raycast collider. Get collider. It equals null still. That can just return. But we now have a collider. Public. If we did get a collider, what should we do? We could use a lot of if-else statements, or we could use a switch, depending on what it collides with. Either we use, if it's an ore, we do this. If it's a weapon, we do this. Now I can choose to use if-else statements to declare what I should do based on the collider object, or I can use switch or match, whatever DD script uses to execute code based on the hit object. I'm going to use groups of the hit object to tell the code what to do. e.g. if group is mineable, then do and something else. Okay. The branch logic on groups. Okay, groups are good. It's easy to use if and else if. It doesn't support switch or match. I think it has something for it though. But maybe not for the is in group statements. Maybe it just have to be if else then. So we can say if hit is in group mineable, then you want to set variable or type probably to the hit. Let's call hit equal or mineable. What should we say? Mineable is hit, and then or type is mineable dot or type could that just be a string maybe? So I can either update the health of the ore, the type of the ore and things like this by accessing the variables of the object I hit. Or I could maybe use classes here as well. Something like if it's a class iron, then health is this and type is this and stuff like that. half. Integer mineable dot for half. We wanna signal to interact pressed or held. Does it send the signal anymore actually? Yes, it does, right? What it also does is X-ray cast hits from camera, when we interact it's held. Those actions like mine based on hit object, group type. Up here. Here we are referencing the player, camera, reference the mining node, action, mining. References here. This thing. Variables, I guess. Rename these later. I should probably do mine down here with ore type and with the hit. Do this and then mine it, make it cleaner up there. Then can reference the mining node. Set its mining to true. We update the variables in the mining node, so it knows what kind of node we are looking at. Maybe we should just do it directly instead of assigning a variable like that. Then maybe we should. Actually, we could name it here, mineable. Now my only question is, how am I gonna detect when I stop mining? And I don't have to update all of these 3 every single time I mine either. It's only if I'm not already mining. I don't know. Could it happen that I swap from one node to another without stopping the mining process? Perhaps I break a wall and then instantly start mining a mineral underneath, something like that. Like, this is not expensive. These processes are cheap though. Like, ChatGPT says that you can have thousands of these in one call before it starts to lag. So if I end up with like 30 in a call in certain situations for a limited time, I don't know. I guess just the thought process here. So if we do we check if it's mineable, and we set mining equals true. Having a bool like this, is that gonna help us at all? we're using this, and when we are going to reset, going to stop mining or reset the mining variable in mining node. How is a good way to do that without spending resources every frame? Set it to false when not mining. Guess I could have all these kinds of variables reset once. When the interaction button is released or the hit is null, and then have a boolean just track whether all the variables are reset, so I only check that boolean every time. If new hit is null and it's mineable, not mining, start mining, else if mining, stop mining. So this starts the mining, that's fine. This stops the mining. The only issue I have with this is that it never updates if you're able to move from a mineable to a stone wall. That means you in the same frame, like then you would continue getting resources while you're killing the stone walls, I think. Oh, but the stone walls wouldn't break because they weren't recognized as stone walls. Well, I suppose I can just put the stone walls as a separate thing than minerals. I can call these mineable, and then I can call stone walls and other things I can hit with my pickaxe to just destroy it. I can call them breakables or something. If I'm not mining, start mining. Go down here, name this start mining. Here we set mining true. So func stop mining. Don't really need anything. Mining to fall. And now we're gonna run this stop mining. Actual mining. mining, stop mining. This still requires us to check if mining every single frame though. I'm not really a big fan of this setup. Like it will do this every single frame, you know. I don't know. Well, it will only check this every frame though. Like after it stops mining, mining will not be true anymore, right? So this is the only thing that's gonna be checked every frame. But as we add more and more things to interact with, it will check this every frame that the interact is pressed and the hit is not null. I guess it's not so bad. Try it like this first. It's not so bad, is it? So the next question is about our ores. Because now I think the mining logic should be fine. We are sending ore max health. I should update current health as well. See. Directions to mining node dot or current health like that, or current health, is correct? Yeah. So we reset these. Yes. Pickaxe, we should update it when we equip it or something. It shouldn't be done through the directions thing. Mining timer. Mining timer. Mining timer should be updated also through the pickaxe equipment. updated the interactions. Set to the speed of the pickaxe. So this should maybe fit better under here. Or being mined. Yeah, seems like we're good. Down here, this might be something that we remove then. We might move this into like a breakable section. We will see. Mineable or health, mineable or type. When I add ore to my main game scene, I want to use script that sets its group to mineable. I also want to make sure the ore scripts contains the ore type and the ore health. So those are the important things that I can think of right now. Ore type and ore health, and that the ore is mineable. My question is whether I should make a class instance. Or containing ore type and health, or whether I should just create these two variables on each ore node. I guess if I ever want to add a new variable to my ores, it's beneficial to be referencing a subclass of the ore class on all my ores, so they can all be updated as I update only the subclass, and I don't have to do them one by one. Did I create a ore class with subclasses like iron, gold, diamond? And then when I create a node in the main game scene, I can say it. I can set I can give it a script that attaches a subclass/subclass type. Please inform yourself on best practice on similar situations and suggest what to do. Yes. B. Yep. 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 Okay, so this is a class probably. Node 3D or static body 3D. Called shared mining logic. Properties like ore type, max health, current health. Create subclasses. They can override properties of functions. If this is the class ore, then this is the subclass of the ore type that overrides the health. Current health is inherited, but I want to override it. So I probably have to do that one as well. Okay. Don't think I need current health here. I can only do them. String. After the string of the ore type, yeah. How do I reference max health and ore type from an object in my scene? One, how do I set an object in my scene to use the group mineable? Great. Current health is that's what I meant. That's current health to max health. But I'm not gonna use that. How do I set an object in my scene to use the iron ore subclass to how do I reference max health and ore type of the object? Say I raycast, detect hits on the object. Then on the raycast.hit object, do I do just .max health? See, it's max health. Yes, we create them. let's start by making the classes. We're gonna need them anyways, and then we're gonna understand more about this logic. Player. Away from that, we're gonna go main world. Gonna do minables. Create. Class. Classes. Minables classes. Like that? Okay. First script. Animal classes. Generic or so suggested that we extend the node 3D. I guess that's fine. Could be resource as well for but it is able to apply the strings and the flows. The current alt I don't need. We added to group mineable, and that should be enough for our raycast to detect it as a mineable. And now this is the generic ore. We're gonna need like two script, and we're gonna call it iron ore. And this script we're gonna inherit from the one that we just made. And this is the ore, so I called it generic ore. Fine. Maybe I shouldn't name it generic ore. I don't know. Or okay. Iron ore. Send the ore. Port variable ore type string iron and max health flow 20. Yes. So what I want to do here is maybe not export these, but just do reset them. No, that didn't work. I don't think the generic ore would have the ore types or anything, just a mineable class. Mineable. Then this mineable. Maybe it's a waste. Like all of this just to extend mineable, add the group mineable. It's practice. We get to try to extend nodes and have them like build on each other. Good practice, right? So, mineable and iron ore. Iron ore. We're gonna have a new variable of ore type string, called it iron. We're gonna have max health float 20, and then mineable that. So what this does is that we're gonna have this is gonna give the mineable group to the iron ore class, and this is gonna make the variables needed to extract. Okay. Give it 2 health. Pickaxe pick. Yeah. Their equipment. Yeah. Speed 1.5. Power 1. Okay, we got our classes. Now we're gonna have to actually make an object in the real world here, main world. What we could do is start by just making the scene for the object. And just call it iron ore. And give it the iron ore script. Now this should be tagged as a mineable. Should have the iron string, and it should have, I think I want ore as well. That iron ore should have a max health. Good. Or save it. The scenes, world, object, iron ore. So what do we need? How do we want it to look? Could start by having it as a square and then figure out it looks later. We could do a boulder, like a rock. So what about the cylinder, right? We can go and look at the scene here. So yeah, that's kind of lame. We want it to be more round, but can we make? Brackis mentioned that we can add sides to it. Like if we add a lot of sides, still not round on top. So is there an like a node 3D object that is more rounded? The shape. Where are these CSG objects contained actually? Visual instance. Geometry instance. Visual. Oh man, I'm so lost. Ah, here. Geometry instance. Ah. Here they are. Cylinder. That's the one we used, right? Box, mesh, polygon, sphere. So the sphere would maybe be the best to make like a rock Let's use a sphere. And now the sphere, it should already have a collider. Now, what's important is that we also add a specific mask to this collider, and the reason for that is that our player camera actually collides with a different mask than some of these other things. Raycast, collision mask is 2. So I suppose that means I need to put collision layer 2. And I also want to keep collision layer 1, and that is because collision layer 1 makes sure that the player object collides with it, so it doesn't run through it. Collision layer 2 makes sure the raycast from the camera of the player hits it. So we want both of them, is what I think. So then actually, I had objects as a separate one. Perhaps we want do this. Now, guess we can make material for the iron ore. This I haven't done before in... I think I did it in practice tutorial, but I don't remember exactly how. I'm gonna try to make a material for this. Here's the material. We can make a new standard material. We can give it colors and stuff. Albedo is the color. Like pretty gray. Like iron ore. Maybe a bit lighter like this, and then we can add stuff for assembling the ores actually on top by using smaller spheres. Maybe I shouldn't put collision on all of them just because. Should I? Sure. Can I do... I'm trying to evenly make it smaller. I guess I can just do it here. Because the idea is that we can put this some places on the rock. Then like this, and then we can make these another material which is a bit darker. That. Can we like save this material? Save. World. object. Call it iron. Oops. And then we can call the other material that we created here. The same one. So let's make a new one. Albedo. Pretty gray. Yes. This material. Save. Stone. Probably move that later as well. So if I move it, it doesn't matter. Oh, it's able to keep. Good. Okay, maybe we just duplicate a couple of these. Them on different spots. Oh. We have our little iron rock. Now, this is a lot of things, so I don't know if I should have collision on all of these. The plus side is the small thing that yeah, players can interact with them, I guess, stand on them, but they can also like point. If I point the camera directly at this stone from the side, it's not gonna stop mining. While if I only keep the hitbox of the big one, then it's gonna stop mining. Targets one of these small ones only. So I don't know. Or does it say collision? I did it for this one. I added collision. Down here, CSG shape. CSG shape. Here. Calculate you. Is it because it's a child object? Yes, probably. Test it like this first, main world. Create in 3D. Force. Find the iron ore, put it in. Put it over here. That. There we have our little iron ore. Save that. Guess we can take a look at our errors, because there are probably gonna be a few. Over here, interact with it. I have to output if I'm hitting it or not. I have no animations or nothing. Show me what I'm actually doing here. Player interaction. Starting mining. Starting mining. Start with that. Can't really. So here, print. Forecasting. Hitting. Hit. Okay. Requires the object to be improved. Adds it. Added. Good. It's actually just make this really big for now. Form. Actually have it actually transform it here. I want it to be just one. Yeah. I know. Make it a bit larger. Now I should be able to hit it with the raycast of the camera. Shouldn't be missing it. Okay. Back. Close. Okay, it is hitting the sphere. Good. That is very good. Next check then, since it's hitting. Check. Fraction. So it's hitting, but it's never printing It might have printed started mining though, because there's a million messages. The what am I doing? There. Let's down here print it group. Does that work? Group D function group. That's what it's called. If is in group. Is it like a get group? I don't know. How do I get group of an item? Get groups. That. Group. It doesn't have a group. So the either the mineable extension here, it didn't correctly add a group, or these didn't inherit that group. So first thing we can check is print iron ore added to group, then state get groups, that the iron ore added to group mineable. That's good. Do a little here. When my game starts, the iron ore is added to the mineable group. Does the children also inherit this? No, they don't. Okay. So could do this to add mineable to every single children here. Now, if you go from one children to the other while we're moving our mouse and we're mining, you have to understand what's gonna happen. So as long as the group isn't mineable and we're not mining, then we start mining. So as long as we did start mining, we're not gonna be doing anything else. So I think it's completely fine to have like 10 different objects here that is all in the group mineable. I don't think this is gonna be an issue. Let's restart. Here. Okay, so we got further non-existing function mining. Okay, so we ask here, start mining. 71 mining node, mining true. So not a function, of course, it's a variable, it's a boolean. We set it to true and we set this to this. Set this to this. Now mineable.or health and or type. Is that what we call it here? Or type max health. Name this or health. Or type or health float string. Now go back to action. Or health or string. Let's try it. Start mining, we set these. Yeah. And then close. Start a new. How far did it get now? 72. Mining node or type is this or. What was the problem? Invalid access to property or key or type on the base object of type CSG sphere 3D. So it's hitting this, but the children only inherited the children only inherited mineable here, like for the children everyone got the group mineable, but they don't have the health or child and children. Probably like this, but not sure. Just unexpected 4 in class body. Okay, so we want to do this on ready. Ready. Check. Here we are trying to set the children's or type and health. They don't have any script or variables already. So will this work? No. Children. Is declare new variables inside the loop. Does not find anything. Okay, I have to do children. Style.or type. But I probably have to create the variable as well. Maybe it's easier to just drop this, say that all of these use the iron ore. Like, seems stupid to add this to all. Like, because now when the game starts, for each iron ore it's gonna do this 10 times, you know? But at the same time it's not expensive. Like, you just, at the game start you do like, you set a string and you set a float and you set the object to a group. All of those actions are very cheap. So, I don't know. Seems silly. So I can do all of these and add the script, do all of these, makes them have the ore type, ore health, as well as the mineable group. However, it seems a bit wasteful when the only important thing is that the solution could be that the colliders for the iron ore, what's the combined colliders I have here? Would I need create other types of spheres, separate lighters, and set them as the children of the iron ore, for all raycast hits to interact with the iron ore. Use a single collider or collision set group that forward raycast to the parent. Collision shape. Single or container. When raycasting, if you hit collider, not the root, walk up the tree to find the parent with the iron ore script or mineable group. So earlier I did add a test object in the world, the interactable box, and here we did the script directly on the box. So that makes sense. Change type. Any type of sphere. That. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so no. Fine. So for this, the collider is a part of the box. I add a collider. Collision shape. Child of an area 3D, static body 3D, rigid body 3D, character body 3D. Okay. So for this instance, we want to use static. Shape must be provided for the collision shape. Okay, so in this instance, we want to use gear shape. Now, if we do it here, say we want the collision, put it here. It's now like a tiny round shape. No. And here shape. Now, is it a tiny round? Yes. Okay. We don't use collision. Maybe I should just create the entire object from scratch, to be honest. Just test one step at a time. First, I want some kind of mesh. That would be a sphere, right? What is this? This part of a mesh. Okay, meshing. These are good to use. Just turn off the collision. Collision. Okay, collision is off on all of these. The big one, yes it is. Collision is also off on this one. Perfect. Now none of these have collision. Oh, there's probably such a fast way to do what I'm about to do, but you want collision shapes, right? You wanted to use sphere. Or position like that. Or here. Big. Here. Why am I doing this to my 8 8 probably like a way to just say make a collision shape that fits this entire object, something like that for sure. Here collision shape here. Okay, here. That sphere on everyone. Name this. Make them all direct children. Okay. Will this work? Why didn't I test with one before making all of them? Hitting object null. Okay. So it is not referencing the iron ore. So can I make this? Collision group. Collision polygon. Maybe that's this can give the detection shape to an area 3D or turn physics body 3D into a solid object. So it suggests that we use get parent, but I don't necessarily want to get parent. In some objects have the group attached to them directly. Can I not group these collision items and give them the script that attaches the group? How do I group them? Oh, I don't want to do it to each of them. Group them. Not good. There's no shape. Oh. I have an idea. I'm gonna try to make this the main sphere, right? Iron ore here. And we're gonna give it the material. I'm probably blind again. Load in from scenes object. So there we go. And now the ID. Now the ID that we're gonna add collision to all of these small things, but we're gonna add a check when our raycast hit returns null as the group. Then we're gonna check the parent. Perhaps I can. Collision. Add collision of these child objects, maybe. What does this mean? Operation that is performed. Geometry of both primitives is merged. Intersecting geometry is okay. ESG shape 3D. It doesn't have these child nodes does not have collision. So maybe the parent just gets their collision. I don't know. Hitting object null. Object type null. Script. Fraction. Action is pressed. Hitting hit. Object null. Ah, it doesn't hit anything. Ah, damn. Okay, my bad. Didn't have the collision layer for the camera. Oops. Okay. It's the iron ore, the hit group is nothing. Okay. That is a bit weird. Let's do a little test where we add the mineable group here. Add to group mineable. Just to see. The float. Energy or health. Ah, it got further maybe. Let me see the log. Let me see the out. Yeah, it worked. So that's a bit weird. The fact that I extended from mineable did not give it this group. That's important. So if you have a function in ready up here in the mineable, the iron ore class, which inherits from this mineable, it doesn't execute the ready function here. So makes sense, I guess. Okay. I had to add the group here as well, due to the add to group from mineable not extending. It was run in ready. Perhaps it would have to be declared a different way to be inherited. Then you have to do super. Then I might as well just skip the mineable, right? Well, what could happen is that we have more than the group that we want to be common. Run ready of mineable. Plus Okay. So we're down to 73. Mineable.or health. Or health with value of float on a base type object. Node mining.gd. So here I'm trying to access the or health variable from the mining down here. Okay. And mining or health. Okay, it doesn't have or health, it has or max health and or current health. It has to be like this. Current health. Try again. Okay. Good. You base nil, so it gets to this point. Player script 27. Edit item. Here we ask it to add a new inventory item class variable. And that's down here. So what we're sending is the ore type. The ore type. Here, the mineable.ore type. We look at our iron ore mineable ore type. It's iron ore. So basically we're trying to add iron ore to our inventory here. This should be saying, if I understood everything, this should be saying iron ore. Number, let's see, it's a string and then the number. Look at we're gonna have to declutter our debug logs a little. We're gonna go to interactions. Gonna stop sending the hitting on every single call. Still want to print starting mining and stopping mining. Down in mineable, not mining. Here. Ore type ores mined. Do one where we print ore type. And ores mined. see what we are sending. Starting mining. Okay, here we got an error. Like that. Yeah, that is unnecessary. I'm trying to see if I can get a debug log, even though it had some error here, like they're not the way for me. It's like once this error hit, I don't see my debug log anymore. So can I do this a little earlier maybe? And only with the OR type, I guess. Current health. Oh yeah, that's it's already quite late. Up here, or type. Yes, it's mining iron ore, that's good. Mining iron ore still. What I did notice though is that the interactions here even if I don't press interact, yeah, exactly, because when it's null it leaves. I have to remove that, so that's when the hit is not in group mineable. Yep. Oh, that didn't work apparently. Non-existent function is in group. Okay. Have to do it here then. And here. So then this one will stop all actions like mining, chopping wood, whatever we're doing, right? Down here it will stop. If the object we hit is in the group, but the group is not mineable. Yeah. So now it's mining, I stop mining and it says call to non-existent function in mining, right? And we just put mining is false like that. Okay. Release. There it stopped mining. Nice. Okay. Now it's getting the iron ore. Getting it. And then the error. We have to try to figure out like what's wrong with this class we made. Our script, mining, inventory class. Here. It's really small. It should be pretty simple, right? I try to make an instance of the inventory item class in my inventory script. If the dictionary does not already contain that class, like, let me see. Inventory. First of all, inventory item and inventory list. Inventory list is a dictionary that should keep track of our items and the amount we have of that item. The inventory item class, it does contain both item type and or item ID and amount. So all we need in the dictionary is really a list of different inventory item class instances, if I understand this correctly. And what we're trying to do is create a new inventory item, then set its item ID to the string that was passed to the function, and then we set the number. Here. That should be Dot amount, I guess. I'm not sure if I like that class. Like it would, I feel like it would be easier to just add keys and values in the dictionary, right? Item ID is the name of the item. This is the amount. Here we change the amount. Maybe this is silly, like we have an item named iron ore and its item ID is iron ore. Maybe it should just be we have a iron ore in our list and it has an amount, not this ID. Okay, so how would it look then? If we use the dictionary and not the class thing, we would use the string as here this would then set the key of the string, like iron ore, for example, inventory iron ore, and then it would set the amount 0, like that, and then we add the number, right? And in here dot has item ID, but this is still gonna be the same, I guess. If we don't have iron ore, return false. This is when we're trying to spend iron ore, or reduce the amount of iron ore we have. If inventory, item ID, and now here we say dot amount. Might be different then. Does this refer to the value of the dictionary key? Ah, I didn't give him the full picture. Let's see. Drop this. Inventory list. Diction. And that is still the same. Is this scalable? Can I use this to build on? Can I add tooltips and such for each inventory slot? Or should I use classes for each inventory item? A class instance. It's not scalable for Witcher inventory features. Yeah, then guess we have to just try to make it work with the other one. Yeah, we had a number, that's true. Yeah, exactly. Like you can add all of these things to the inventory item, right? So it's just better to have it in its own class, right? Blah 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 blah. Okay. Okay, so from this point okay. Connect and right, and then it doesn't want to add wait a moment. Oops. Inventory list new. It's not the list, it's item. New item. The item item. Okay, and then we have to see type of error it is. New and base nil. Okay. Remove this, add this, explain. Try to add an item. Iron ore. Get an error. And seems to be from this inventory item. Dot new. It's saying that new function doesn't exist. Seems to say new function does not exist in our this one, class inventory. Class inventory. This one. It extends from resource. Do I need? What do I need to change in order to add a new instance of the inventory item class? Right, that's what we want to do when we add an inventory item class. To my dictionary inventory list. Right? So this one creates the inventory item. Oh, I didn't assign anything to it. Okay. So using the class directly by name. I can do that. Like up here. Well, that would be the best, but then it would have to be like a class that I could access everywhere, right? I get an error and trying to add the class by name at the start. Yeah, that's just weird. This one is probably good. That's probably what I'll do. Like, instead of doing this, I will export the script here. Then see, this is for the inventory. Let me put the class here. Hopefully that works, because now we are referencing the class through the exported variable there. Oh. Iron ore! Ores mined 1! Yes! We did it, guys! We did it! Okay. Temporarily, let's do print inventory item ID. I guess we can do this as well, but it doesn't matter, right? Can I perhaps do it like this? Maybe that's better. Because then it's gonna show the item and the amount, right? Oh my. Resource hashtag dash. That did not show what I want. And then let's do item ID and then do item count, inventory, list, item ID dot amount. Like that. Try it. Inventory item iron ore. Item count 1. Good. Oh, item count 2. Yes. Yes. Do a little back forward and that's it. We made our first mechanic. Amazing. And it only took us 6 hours? 5 hours. I bet no one could do it faster. I even had like most of the mechanic planned before I started today. So this was basically just writing the scripts and learning as we go. It's really good that we were able to learn a tiny bit about classes. Now, since we have a class instance of this object, it will be easy to expand upon this item ID. New things from the class. We have a class for pickaxes. Well, I'm not gonna say I'm very good at classes yet. I don't understand much about it, but I think it's good that we're starting to learn to use it a little, the classes, because I think they're like building blocks that helps us stay tidy. We learn a little bit about adding objects to groups. Like if you add this player here to the group player, only this character body 3D up here actually gets the group player. Which makes me wonder. Because this collision here. Maybe it works differently with ray casts, but this collision definitely picks up that I'm player 1. And the test trigger definitely asks for the object to be in group player. So how does that work? On body entered? Maybe that works different than a raycast hit. When I do this and I have a collision node on my player, even if I just add the player group to the main parent character body 3D in my player, the on body entered still picks up that the body that entered was in group player, even though the collider, it doesn't have a script. Collider has no script. The collider of the player has no script, and hence it's not that to a group, right? So this works a bit differently than raycast hits. The raycast hits on a collider, which was a child of a static body 3D, did not show the group of the static body 3D when questioned. Is this understanding correct, or did I miss something? Okay, so on body entered, use the physics body root. Yeah, that's great, right? I like that. I wish the raycast did that. The raycast gets the collider node. Well, What is cool about this though is that if we're gonna make like a huge monster with legs and arms that you can target individually, it makes it really easy to say the arrow hit the arm and not the head, for example. But it's something to keep in mind that even if the collider of the object, even if you have an object which is in group of like in our case the iron ore, you have a collider attached as a child object there. Any raycast hitting this collider is not gonna pick up on the group of the parent. Okay. Go. Exactly. So we could do the get parent thing, of course. And then we would have to be tricksing a little with like, if we hit an object with our raycast, but the object does not have a group, then we check the parent of that object to see if that is in a group. Or we have separate checks for minables and things with groups on the object directly. Yeah. Let's make a little note of this. So raycast hits versus on body entered. It's good to know that on body entered will reference the root of the object entering, such as the player character body 3D when the collider of the player enters, while a raycast hit will reference the collider itself, meaning if you want to make a reference to the player hit by a raycast, you would need to use something like player equal hit dot parent, hit collider dot parent. Self. I think this is good to know, right? What else did we see today? We did quite some interaction between scripts, and that worked quite well, and maybe because we tried it a little before, but the main idea to connect the nodes here was basically just to export a variable. Oh, this is a bad example. In the mining one, I believe we have some. Here, equipment node. We export a variable named equipment node of type node, and then we can just click and drag the equipment node in there. Now we have a reference to it. And we can do stuff like equipment node dot to reference things inside it. Equipment node dot pickaxe to reference the pickaxe inside the equipment node here. Very handy. And here as well, we use the class. This was the first class we made. Pretty cool stuff. So this pickaxe actually holds both the speed and the power. Cool, 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 cool. Now there's a couple of ways we could move on with this little test game. We could either try to make something like animations, sounds, or other visuals to show that we are mining, that we are increasing our inventory, the ores in the inventory, something like that. Or we could go straight into having a mechanic that allows us to spend the ores we get, so we can upgrade our pickaxe speed or power, something like this. I think it makes sense at least to show how much ores you actually have. Oh, and I didn't even think about the multiplayer part yet. This is probably not functional in multiplayer yet. Let's see. Let me first see how many ores does player 1 have here. Blah blah blah. Now player 1 has item count 3. Just gonna do one more. There he has 4 item count. Okay. Now we move on to player 2. Start mining. And this is probably shared or something. Damn you, multiplayer. Oh, no, it's not shared. Good. It's probably because the mining is set up with the authority, and the mining references the inventory of this specific player. So since player 1 doesn't start mining in all the players, only for player 1, and the mining for player 1 only accesses the inventory of player 1, this actually is already set up for multiplayer, hopefully. At least it looks like it at first glance. Good. Good. Next time we might want to look at show increase in ore while mining. Text maybe. Show total ore when ore is increased. Something like that. And then so this is inventory ore count. Ability ore count. Could also just have the ore on the screen for now, like text. So we can update total ore on screen. And then we will need to make Table text. Visible when add inventory is triggered. Edit text to what is added and how much. Not visible after 2 seconds, something like that. New additions will reset timer of turning not visible, something like that. And total or on screen label on each player screen, referencing their iron ore in inventory, update on edit resource, whatever it's called, being called. Yeah. Okay, so those two. Animation and sound. Consider looking for something free, easy to implement. It shows a character hitting or mining. I do wonder though, if you add like a pickaxe to a character rig, is the pickaxe gonna swing? If the character has like a punch animation? That's very interesting. Okay, I'm gonna be right back for a second. All right. Yeah, that would be really cool to find out a bit more about how animations and sound work. There's so much to learn still, and we just have to start somewhere, right? It doesn't matter that much. But these three things all would make sense, at least. So maybe I'll do something tomorrow. I'll think about it tonight, like what we could do, and continue from where I left off here tomorrow. If any of you like want to watch tomorrow, or follow the progress maybe in a week or something, whatever, make sure to drop a follow. That way you can stop by later and see how it's going. See if after a while I learn a little bit about how to do this GD script and making something actually playable in Godot. Anyways, thanks for watching. Until next time.